Afternoon all. Game should be starting shortly. I think it's 2:30 the kick-off for the London Classic. This is the FIDE Open section, so it's got quite a few strong GMs. Let's look on the event list at the moment to see some information. Event highlights. So on board one today, a 2670. Stratescu is playing a 2-3-4-1, so it's going to be much tougher games than yesterday for these 2600 GMs. FM Richardson was spearheading the strong Hendon team that plays in one of my leagues, the Middlesex League Division 1. A fantastic player, brilliant performance last year in the leagues. So he's playing against a 2669 GM. Emil Satovsky is playing International Master Richard Bates. Please no naughty jokes about that. FM Longson is playing Garmin 2656. So we've got Bartle 2649 playing a GM with a very low FIDE rating, funny enough, a 2329 GM. So you can see among GMs there's different GMs based on FIDE rating. So maybe this guy was a bit out of inactivity or had a slump or something. It's a bit strange to see a GM with a 2329 rating, to be honest. It's more of like an FM usually rating. Peter Sauray, I played him in the British Championship last time I played in the British Championship. Managed to win. It's quite a nice game in an Endgame, but I think he had me earlier. But he's a very, very strong player. He's playing against Dolchev 2648. And so these are the boards which I'll try and get some insight from, hopefully, to share with you soon. So we'll put we'll set them up here so that they're ready for sort of checking out. Just load them and minimize all the time. 4, 5 and board 6. I'll be switching between them as needed. So if we go back to this one, board 1, so we'll wait board 1 here, and so hopefully there'll be a move in a few minutes. Okay, so I've checked out a notable game actually of this guy on chessgames.com. He beat Vladimir Flatchik in a very quick game. There's a very interesting, notable game, which I don't know if we've got time to go over to get some sort of background to these players. You might never have seen, which is a bit of a shame. They're amazing games that they played in the past. Maybe I can quickly show you a notable game of this guy. So this is the guy, the highest rated GM in the FIDE Open. And chessgames.com is quite good for notable games. Let me show you this game in 2005, very short one, maybe we've got time. He was playing white against Vladimir Flatchik in the World Cup of 2005. And it went like this. I don't think I can actually get the PGen. It went c4, knight f6, knight f3, c5, knight c3, e6, g3, b6, bishop g2, bishop b7, castles, bishop e7, double fianchetto, e3, queen e2, queen c7, rook ac1, a6, rook fd1. So white's neatly organising his pieces. Looks like a quite opening setup, avoiding a lot of theory for the moment. h4, rook ae8, and now white played d5. Very interesting move. It's a very good tactical move. ed, as you can see. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, Now white finished swiftly. I wonder if you can spot what white played here and why it's so strong. So this was this Istrasescu in the 2005 World Cup. Do you know what white played here? This is not to do with this tournament, it's just a notable game I thought I'd show you quickly. What does white play in this position? Any ideas? Any guesses? White to play. If you like this, I could show some other notable games if we've got time. Oh, turn the piece volume down more. Right, someone said about mixer. Oh yeah, I can turn it down there to 23. How about this? This is not the move. How's that? It's a bit lower, isn't it? 23. Should I go down to 10? Should I go down to 10? Put it on 10. It's a bit extreme. How's that? So I think my commentary more brought to the foreground, isn't it? So what does white play here? There was a move which this 2670 crushed the opponent with in this position. White to play. What would you play here? Any ideas? Okay, I'll give you all 10 seconds to check this out. Or 20. I think there's a delay actually. Yeah, he finished off quite quickly with rook takes d5. Because after queen takes, knight g5. Where does the queen go? It's only got one square. Can only go here. And then the queen is in big trouble after bishop e4. There's no h3. He's trapped the queen. His opponent had to resign. So pretty good tactic there. It's one of his notable games for a little bit of amusement before these games start. That was in 2005. Rook takes d5. So it was an opening which wasn't that theoretical, it seems, but okay. Anything else of amusement before we start? There's a short one. I'll show you another. Oh, I've got another short one. This is again in 2001, the Open of 2001. It was against Ioannis Frozinos. Let's have a quick look at this. E4, D5. So he's an E4 player sometimes. E takes, knight F6. D4, knight D5. C4, knight B6. Knight C3. G6. Now I played C5, knight D5. Bishop C4, knight takes C3. Queen F3. Eyeing F7. Bishop B takes, bishop G7. H4, he's quite keen on his H4s. Queen F6. Queen E2. Castled. Oh, don't tell me. Oh no. He did it again, didn't he? Okay, I mean, it's the first time I've seen this game as well. White to play and win here in 2 moves. What's white play here? So yeah, this is against someone else. The Open of 2001 against Ioannis Frozinos. What does white play in this position? Any ideas? Any ideas? Have you got this position yet? What would you play here with white? Okay, it's not too tricky, I think. If I give you the first move, oh, it's bishop g5, queen f5, then guess what now? got the chat still working, haven't we? G4. Yeah, trap the queen again. Are all his notable games winning the queens? I'm just wondering. Opponent had to resign. I wonder if I can find one which isn't winning the queen. This game of too long. No, all the others are too long, can't show you them. Okay, so the boards, I hope they're okay, boards, and right. I'll move this a bit over there. Maybe not. Okay, so let's have a look at any activity. Oh, we would have heard some activity if there was activity yet. So Richardson is playing. Let's minimize that promote. Richardson. Sutowski against mates. Really done this well, haven't I? Might just maximize them or something. Whoops. Yep. We've done it this time. Back. Sorry. Okay. Some confusion there, yeah. Some skill in trying to manage these windows. They haven't seemed to, oh, well, not on this relay, they haven't started yet. Although they seem to have started on the live. Whoops. Oh, we've got E4. Let's close this. Blimey. We've got quite a bit of catching up to do here. Was this all blasted out? Blimey. So, D3 here. Everyone avoids Fury like the plague. This is D3 business. So trendy, D3. Okay. So they're playing moves very, very quickly, and we're supposed to start at 2:30, and they're playing these moves instantly. So is this guy quite confident with his opening as black? I don't know. If you've got loads of time, why not use a bit of it? Okay. On board 2, no activity yet. On board 3, oh, it's H3 against Bates. On board 4, we've got Sicilian, cool, exciting games here. On board 5, we've got Sicilian. What is this? We've got Sicilian Fest going on here. Very, very good. That is making a statement on most of the games that are going to be fighting games today. That's 6-1. Just quickly check the 6-1. He's playing Hammer, which is a friend of Magnus. I don't know if you guys know that, but Magnus and Hammer, Magnus Carlsen and Hammer, is a second and very good friend of Hammer. Absolutely murdered loads of British GMs. It was horrific to watch. I mean, it was great games. So he's one to watch out for. So this one's going at a very rapid pace. Let's have a quick, I don't know, H6. Let's have a quick look at any potential plan. So White's probably going to put the knight here, I guess, and here. And here, or will it be here? Or could he play knight a3? No, I don't think he's going to play knight a3 because c2 is occupied. Sometimes I've seen that. There's a game of Michael Adams against Short. He went that way. But here, okay, that's a bit. Is that a bit dull, that game, for a moment? That board 2 hasn't. Who's late there? I wonder. Sutovsky against Richard Bates. Oh no, let's not change that slider. Mistake yesterday. Let's just put them on here. We're going through the game. So I know this H3 sometimes hasn't had such a good reputation. Oh, this quick A6 is interesting. After knight c3, A6. Quick queen side expansion. Or not. Okay, just yeah. So we have this H3. So sometimes White might be playing G4 and Bishop G2, which has a logic to it. That G5 is actually useful for D5 control sometimes. If at some point that could be useful strategically for central control. But maybe the bishop doesn't have to fit in Chateau. You don't know. Sure. Now this is dreaded. Alright, he's trying. The FIDE master is trying to use a Morocco. Oh, maybe it's a good system to use against someone much higher rated. He's trying to keep a bind on the position. So yesterday there was quite huge, great rating differences. Yeah, can we keep the chat a bit civilized, please? Mancoming thingy. Yeah, try and post in a reasonable way, please. Yeah. So okay. So board 1, board 2. if anyone finds anything offensive, and if you complain, I might consider just muting. Okay, I want to keep focused on chess mainly. So if you want to complain about any comment, if you feel it goes over the threshold, please let me know. This is what's happened here then. I was always wondering what I should play against Richardson myself if we get promoted again into the Middlesex League at some point. Such a dangerous player. So let's have a look. His opponent played Nimzo Indian. Oh, hang on. We have E3 and a C6, like a kind of. He's going to transpose it into a Slav defense, cheekily. That Slav defense. From Nimzo Indian to Slav defense. I think just any offensive remarks, just try and let me know, and probably I should appoint some moderators if possible, if it's easy to do that. Not that easy at the moment. Alright, I'm going to try and keep an eye on things. So yeah, knight g3. Knight g3. So this knight, let's have a look. This knight is if there's any e5 in the future, maybe this knight's gonna be using one of these two squares, or maybe it's just supporting e4. Quickly just supports e4, so maybe bishop d3. I don't know, e5 is being prepared. So on board one, let's have a quick look at that. Okay, we've got Roy. Maybe we're going to avoid that game for a bit. Sutovsky against Bates. Longson, so it's Maroczy bind. Bartel. There's Fianchetto here. I'm trying to play some Fianchettos myself against the Sicilian. Sort of interesting approach. So a6, just g3. But it's a GM versus GM game. Maybe guy's got experience. He's been up there. He's just got his FIDE rating hammered at some point. And there was another game. Have a look at this for a moment. I think, yeah, there's a lot of energy that chess needs. Let's look around then. We got that. Now, what is going on here with these people wanting to get the bishop on c7 in a Slav? Is that some new trendy thing to do or something? Put the bishop on c7 and go for a Slav. Let's have a look at this little trick. Which happened here then. So, Nimzo to the Slav. How comes we've got it in 2 of these 6 games? This c6, then heading for the Slav with the bishop on c6. It's virtually the same as the other game. Isn't that interesting? On board 6, look at this. We've got this Slav triangle construction in the centre, and we've got the same on board 2. Quite similar games. Are they copying each other? Board 2 and board 6. They can look at each other's ideas. And it's these very strong GMs. Don't know what countries they're from. Is it down? Don't think so. We might have a delay here. This is a relay from the ITC, but we look at board 2 and board 6. It's quite similar. Okay, so info kingscrusher loading. Let's go back to board 3 for a moment. Oh, F4. F4 has been played. How can this be justified? Really? F4 after H3 kind of weakens some squares, doesn't it? So H3 is weakened G3, doesn't mind. He's pushing for a quick F5 and then maybe bishop C4 without moving the bishop just yet. Kick this bishop back, try and put pressure on the light squares. Okay, let's imagine E takes. Is that the problem? E takes, bishop takes. I suppose we've got fast pressure on D6. I think F4 might make sense, really. If you look at it, I mean, because black's played this bishop E6, that is a target for F4, F5, and these bishops haven't moved yet, so it's kind of efficient, isn't it? Interesting. This quick F4. Does anyone have any comments about this? It seems to violate some sort of principle that if you weaken the square, sort of weakening it further, but here it's, I guess, justified. Can we get onto these dark squares? What if we played knight h5? We just lose the knight. That's not a brilliant idea. So if we try and support the idea of knight h5, I don't think g6 is brilliant. We just take here, no good. We take the queen. Can't really get into this g3 basically. We play knight c6, then f5, and then does white really want to play bishop c4? Bishop c4 does look kind of b5. I'm not sure really. I mean, it looks like well, there might be a problem here with queen h4.
Check.
I don't know. F4. First little surprising move, but I am surprised that board 2 and board 6 have these kind of Slav triangles constructions from a Nimzo engine. So let's examine this out of interest then. What would be black's plan if he's not going for e5 immediately? It's almost like tempting white to bind e5, but I guess that's weakening a lot of squares to play f4. What would black do here? Is that actually possible? I mean, I think Ivanchuk's been binding all sorts of squares recently, kind of structures which look like stone walls. Well, we want to try and stop e5, or do we? I don't know. Do we? Do you think f4 is a likely move from Richardson? Hi there. We're back. It should be on the preview. Sorry, I had to restart XSplit as well. I suppose half of this is battling with technical issues. Yeah. Going with boards. So on board 1, bishop e6, so board 2. Oh, what's going on here? So there's knight c4 business. What's this about? Knight c4. So f4, I predicted that. 50 points for me. I predicted trying to stop e5. c4 has been put in question though. Okay, that's annoying. If we take, I think black can, let's see, queen e2. What do we do? What's the idea? 95. They want e3 and f4. That's a bit of a pain. Maybe a5 later. Bit of a pain now. If we take that pawn. Interesting strategy. It's encouraging white to do what you'd think is entirely logical in this position, to create this bind against I'm not sure how to exploit this mate on c4. Okay, so let's see. If we move the bishop back, maybe something like a5, and we've got this loose rook all of a sudden. So a takes b threatened. Starts to get a bit uncomfortable. So I don't know. If we take this problem, knight d5, we'll never get to play e4 here. If we castle, you know, always f4. It's just going to take too long. a5, and this would expose, of course, a backward e pawn on the semi-open file. Black's bishops are fantastic here. That would be quite positionally embarrassing. We've actually got a protected pass pawn as well. He just moved the bishop back. I think overall that's a good idea. Put the bishop back here, but it's a bit of a pest. He wants to keep the dark square bishop. What about a5? I suppose white just plays rook b1, maybe. He can look forward to b5 possibly. Maybe that would take. If a5 seems sensible here. There's a lot of activity on some other games here. Let's have a look. So board 1. Whoa, what's going on here? Exchange on the A file. Is he playing for D? He can't be playing for D4, can he? No, bishop B3, right. And board 3. Whoa! F5 has been played. That quick F5. Okay, let's look at something crazy here for a moment. What if black played knight takes e4? So we're threatening queen h4. So we have knight takes queen check.
Check.
Knight just goes back to f2. And what? Nothing. Doesn't work. Nothing. So I think the bishop, surely the bishop just goes back to d7 or c8. c8 might have something going for it, I don't know. Bishop d7. g4, is that possible? g4? Bishop g2? Because I think this position looks quite passive for black. This kind of backward pawn, wouldn't you say this looks quite passive for black? There's good grip on d5. I know black can try and do something on the dark squares later. That's interesting. So Longson against okay, this Moxie bind's been challenged here. How did this challenge happen?
Check. Check.
So quick e5 and quick b5. Fairly optimal not using these pieces just yet. Interesting. A very strong GM playing against this dreaded Moxie bind. So this dreaded Moxie bind, these two pawns trying to stop black from ever playing d5, and usually white's trying to lock down on b5, so getting it in immediately. Actually, if white castles, there's trouble already. Bishop b5 probably. So if white plays b3, we risk having a weak pawn here. If we play b3, just taking, we've got this weak pawn, so maybe this is a great, I don't know if white's gone wrong or something. Looks a bit, maybe knight d2, just reinforce with knight d2. And take, maybe this pin might not be a big deal. I think probably, you know, bishop e3, rook c1 later, or maybe use this rook so we can play a4. Interesting. How does white support this pawn? There's trouble if we castle. If white, this is b takes. Surely it's not like a pawn sack or anything. Can it be? Queen here. Then later knight a3 takes z4. So knight f6. a3. Maybe that's okay. We'll still have pressure on d5 to look forward to. Okay, intriguing. So, okay, wood 1, we've got this bishop b3. It's all played very, very quickly. 2. So this bishop c1, this is quite fascinating because it reminds me of that first game a little bit of the World Championship where Magnus Carlsen had to retreat bishop to knight z4. Okay. Actually, back in a moment. Right. So, yeah, nothing much happening here at the moment. Board 1, let's have a quick look at this position on board 1 from an analytical point of view. So white, for some reason, has done this. He's played b4, he's taken there. Bishop b3, I think he's trying to somehow, I think, long-term target that b5 pawn. Maybe if he gets rid of this bishop, then queen b3 after. Okay, so say we took, I know to take is a mistake, but I put the queen on b3. We can look forward to bishop b2, maybe rook a1, then maybe even rook a5 later. Start to look at this b5 pawn. Some things like knight f4. In the meantime, I'm just taking and queen b3. What do you guys think about this position? Taking queen b3. Any good? I think we'd want to play bishop b2 to support rook a1. I want to try and get this a file possession. Could be handy. What do you think about that? Any comments on that? This position here. Now if we don't take on e6, is there a waiting move? If we don't want to take on e6 and keep the tension, we could play, mind you, this bishop's handy. I thought it would have been handy on this, but he's moved it. We could. I was just thinking we could play bishop b2, but he doesn't mind not having the pressure on that diagonal. So bishop b2, maybe just, actually, is d4 being prepared? At the moment there's a lot of pressure on e4 here. I think he's going to have to take on e6 to move his queen there, to move the rook there. Surely white's going to be tempted to take on e6. Oh, hang on. There's another idea. Let's give black a move. What about this idea? Queen. No, not queen a1. We just lose the bishop. I think taking and then queen a1. Let's have a look at taking queen a1. That probably doesn't matter. We don't want the queen on a1. I think I'd go back to this idea that just taking queen b3 here. Rook a1. Right, so let's have a look at what's going on. Board 3 again. Whoa! Board 3 has seen some action. Oh, how can he do that? How can he do this? Give up his light square bishop. Is that really justified? For the knight? The knight was a bit passive. I've seen this game in Hastings once. I mean, it's easy to look and be an armchair judge, but there was a game where Bates was in trouble on his light squares in Hastings. Maybe in Sicilians you generally are anyway. But this seems to be tempting fate to give up that bishop for that knight there. This guy's just unopposed in principle, but black might be playing on the dark squares. He wants to sort of dark square strategy. It just seems a little bit of a strange thing to entertain. I don't know what you guys think about this. Taking here, to me it's a bit strange. It also gives white a little bit of dynamic pressure, which could be handy later. But also this pawn on b3 does support the bishop as well, so it's nice. There's a tactical idea here. I can't see it. I can't see a tactical idea particularly. Knight d4? I can't see it really. What is the idea? Maybe just bishop. Is it just bishop e7 to try and exchange off the dark square bishops later? For example, show the iPhone for a moment. I don't know. Something like, you know, get rid of the bishops later. Bishop takes b3. I don't know if the opening's gone wrong for black. Intriguing. Who do you think is better in this position? White or black? Any thoughts? I just can't see it. That maybe this bishop isn't that brilliant as it might appear. Maybe that's Bates' idea, but the white has that grip on d5. Let's check that Richardson game again. So what's happening here? b6. So b6, let's just review for those who haven't seen the start of this. So black got that Slav triangle. And put a knight on c4. Now playing b6. There's too many pawns that are being moved or something. If we just play bishop d3, actually taking not d4, e5, e5. It's quite powerful, potentially on these knights. Quite nasty. If it took it like this, I think white's got to keep that bind on e5. Yeah. Actually, bishop a5. Maybe. What's going on here? Can't you play bishop d3 without getting into trouble? Maybe. There's knight takes c3, end of game. Oh. Queen c2. That might be okay. White could be okay here with binds that he wanted. Black could exchange off.
Check.
Queens with queen a5. That knight on c4. Try and exchange off these guys to leave this potentially quite bad with those are pawns on dark squares. Oh, what? White does to react to b6 here. Could be a bit troublesome. What would you play to b6 here if you're white? I'd be a bit concerned about this. Actually, something like Queen C2, there could be A5. Gurachev, so it's quite dangerous. GM 2669, quite dangerous rating, to say the least. I mean, there's numerous potential threats like A5. If taking here, there's E5. If taking here, there's Bishop A5. I don't think white wants to take there. Surely that's just nice for black. B5 later. So, okay, if we go and have a look at board 1 for a moment. Bishop B2 still. Ah. Wow. What has Bates done? He's playing a pawn sack. He's played bishop takes b3 with the idea of d5. Probably setting the board alight. What an interesting idea, actually. Because I'm wondering about knight d4 now, aggressive, to be followed by bishop c5. Where's white getting a castle? If bishop e3, bishop c5, it's probably a pain. Queen d2. We've got all sorts of things. That could be very aggressive. He takes d5. Does knight want to go to d4? It doesn't mean knight takes d5 later might be on the cards. D4, bishop e3, bishop c5. Queen d2. Knight takes. C3 here. Oh, it's Queen e4. Wow. bishop d3. Knight c2 check.
Check.
Knight e3. Aggressive. What an aggressive. Great. I mean, what a great concept to fight here. I think knight d4. What do you guys think about knight d4? Followed by bishop c5. This is interesting. The bishop's coming to a very aggressive diagonal. Usually this bishop's a problem bishop. But with this temporary pawn sacrifice, this could be very interesting fight here emerging. Sort of Kasparov gambit. It's reminiscent of the Kasparov gambit. A little bit. There's a deep pawn gambit. We go knight d4. I don't know how white responds. If bishop, say bishop e2, bishop c5, we can't castle. It looks a pain. If bishop e3, there's knight takes c2 check.
Check.
We're going to take on e3. Don't know what white does. Knight d4. Okay, we'll check some other games for a moment. D5 from black here. Looks fairly logical. And this e5 is a problem later. What do I do here? Right, he just ignored it with knight c3.
Check.
That's interesting. If rook c8, I think we'll just take the pawn. Otherwise, if... Well... How annoying is this? Knight f6, knight g5. If white just wants to draw, this is annoying, isn't it? I think there's some serious issues being faced here by these 2600 GMs at the moment. At least two of these games. Some pretty serious issues, it seems. There's a GM versus GM game going on here. Let's have a look. We'll start again. Again. Oh boy, I've got some interrupted internet today. I don't know if it's all Christmas activity or something. These should be the boards. The internet's usually better than this. I don't know what's happened today. Sorry. On about B5 here now. We've got that D5 score. We can play for A5 later. This might be positioning outplayed. I assume we want to play B5. We've got a protected pass pawn, which could be useful later. We've got that D5 square. It's kind of D5 square. If we play bishop b2, revetting e3 here. Knight d5 is quite tasty. A5. Still wondering about this knight d4 here. Knight d4. Bit of a squeeze going on here. Maybe b5 later. And on that last game, let's have a quick look at the Chapman hammer. Yeah, Chapman hammer, board 7. That's how I played this.
Check. Check.
Nick's pawn is holding on to it. Incredible. Get another pawn. I think there's a lot of fun to be had from being a little bit materialistic like this with the c4 pawn, seeing how white sort of struggles to get it back. You can get some squares out of it. And d4's like b3. French team, you want to say b3? I'll play c3. I'm not c3. Well, it's protected anyway by both knights. Not sure that's a big deal. That's interesting. Right, if we just take that. E4 next. Intriguing, intriguing. Is e5 a problem on this board one or not? I wonder. Is e5 pawn? Ah! Oh! c4 is ein e5. No, I haven't put any engine. I'm freezing. I'm just going to get an extra thing to wear. Back in a moment. Afternoon. Okay, so this is c4. We got pressure on e5. What about this b pawn? Does it matter? Let's take it. Bishop takes e5. We're weakening the king potentially. This looks in white's favour. Look what his weaknesses potentially. Why would black want to do that? What can he do? Knight takes e3. Rook takes. We've got loads of things on e5 now. We don't particularly want to play f6. Surely something like c5. Or taking. And just c5. And we've got d4 later. It's not good for black, surely. I don't know what black does here. This is not looking pleasant after knight takes, bishop takes. Takes this, we take, takes, we've got knight takes. Don't know. What does black do here? What would you do here with black? Anyone? Anyone got any ideas? This could be the start of an advantage for white. E5, okay, 850 T5M. E5 is gone anyway, why not? Knight takes E3. Well, rook takes. What do we do about E5? Look at E4. Take this. Now we're on H6. I don't think we can take this. Could take that. I'll just take on E4. Would you? Oh. Bishop takes. Actually, protecting C4 like this. Queen A2. E4. Interesting. Hitting this bishop. So on that through again. Takes. No, we can't take here because the queen takes E4. Sorry, knight 4. Knight. Actually, there's knight. Actually. No, hang on, we take here. No, I was thinking. Knight D4. That's it. Now we got some back row issues potentially. Just taking. Intriguing. Oh, it looks possible. Knight takes E3 seems plausible. Whew. Knight takes E3. Oh, you mean after this? What, knight d4 here? Oh, we just take what knight pins. Oh, knight takes b5. No, we just got. Oh no. Nah, I doubt it. No, I don't think so. Knight takes, rook takes e4. Alright, so we're saying if knight d4, knight c6. Well, we can just take on c4 as well, surely. Let's take on c4. Does anyone see anything better than knight takes e3? I don't know. Everything else just seems to be terrible. We can't really play this. Can we? Knight f4. Oh, we can. No, we can't. No, we can't. Knight takes. We've got knight on g2 here. So we've got knight takes again. Knight takes. No, it's just not plausible, is it? Okay, prediction, knight takes e3, but let's have a look at some other game. So that is game 1. Game 2, whoa, we've had some action on game 2, board 2. Let's just do a recap for those interested. It was a Nimzo going into sort of Slav with a difference. I thought this pawn's a bit backward, but white's got an attack, I suppose. But he's just opened up that bishop. Wow. Queen h4. Something like actually that rules out Queen h5 because the bishop takes g3. f6, g6. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's play. I get 50 points. He's played Queen h4. Wow. Queen h4. 50 points. I mean, if f6, g6. I think black can follow up, going up on e3, just bishop d7. Starts moving the rook. Or, no, I might want to use a5 actually. What does white do about this g3 anyway? Queen f3? Position. I don't think we want to allow this. No, bishop g3, threatening mate. Takes, queen takes. Takes. Oh, we've got opposite colour bishops here, if that means anything. But why not just g6 actually, g6, keep this, queen fret, queen f3, that's 9 bishop g4 or something. It's not meant to be just a pony, horse. It's a knight. There's a guy and a horse, on a horse, knight. Like knights of the round table. So on f6, I don't know, g6 keeps the structure intact. Just play g6. I wouldn't bother taking on g3. Just g6. Mind you, I've lost to Richardson. Last time I played him. He murdered me. It was King's Engine, horrible slaughter. So, don't know, dangerous player. Okay. Oh. Knight takes b4 is played. We get knight takes e3, knight takes b4. Really? What's wrong with bishop takes e5? Ah. So this knight's a bit loose. It's on d3. I don't know if black can do something clever. Well, knight takes d3. e4. Yeah. Knight takes d3. Looks like a plausible move for a moment. Knight takes d3. What's that knight's idea? Should we take on? I don't know. Odd. Whoa! What? What has happened on game 3? Bishop takes d5. Knight takes d5. Whoa! Blimey! He's got an idea of check and castling queenside.
Check.
Incredible. I think this is the game to wake us up with. I was going to get a T anyway, but I think this is the game's going to do it as well. What's going on here? This is crazy. If bishop c4, knight b4. I thought there was something suspect about weakening these dark squares. This would be an immortal game if Richard Bates managed to pull this off. It'd be an amazing achievement. Yeah, c4 looks. It's going to test black. Black forcing moves here. Fantastic. What is black up to here? Knight b4. Let's go with knight b4. Whew. Dangerous. I'd be a bit concerned here with white. A little bit concerned, to be honest. Should we just check? I'm tempted to check this with an engine. I don't want to spoil the mystery of what's the best moves for both sides there. Knight b4 looks plausible. What does white actually do? I don't know what he does actually. It stops the king c2 walk. It stops bishop d3, but discourages that. What does white do? I'm struggling to find something for white. Bishop king c3. Oh, this is just terrible. Surely. Bishop c5. Oh, gee, this knight. That's queen g4. Oh, it's all a bit crazy. It's all a bit crazy. Queen f2. Oh, the king doesn't look right on d2 here after knight b4. I don't know what's going on here. How does white defend this? Could we have a scalp alert coming up? Black's played an amazingly creative concept, starting with what seemed ridiculous at first. This idea of bishop takes b3 here, but white has committed some sort of sin on the dark squares, putting h3 and then f4, f5. So this diagonal is weak. We have a spectacular attempt to prove this with d5. Knight takes d5. Check and casting queenside. Great imagination. So c4 is played. Knight b4 just looks dangerous to me. Oh, rook a5. Hang on. Rook a5. There's b6 in this position. That knight's holding a6. That doesn't help. I don't know. I have no idea what white plays in this position. What does white play in this position? Queen f3? Queen f3. Let's go with queen f3. I mean, there's things like g6 for bishop h6. Maybe the king goes to e2 later. But then knight c2 to d4. Oh, it just takes on... That's terrifying. I think this position's getting terrifying already for white's king safety. I mean, that's just bishop. That's just knight b4. Okay, so bishop b4, Mr. Portraits of past. Bishop b4 check. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we can run. Yeah? If we run, king c2. Would you play here? If knight check, then here we've got king a2. We've got bishop d3 to queen e4. Well, that's plausible. I mean, it's all calculation. I mean, but for me, at the moment, knight b4 looks terrifying. We've got an exciting game here, guys. I think we should all try and wake up. An exciting game here. So if you like this carnivorous game, please do like the video as well. I'm glad we've got some exciting games today to watch in this FIDE Open. All likes appreciated. We're at 14 likes for the video. Thanks very much. I'm going to have to get a tea at some point in the next few minutes. So let's see. You know, bishop d3. Let's have a go. Bishop d3. Yeah, we'll have a go. g6. We've got bishop h6 coming up. Actually, we can take here though. Let me just take that. No.
Check.
Yeah, we get. No, we don't get cozy position. We get e4 in. Oh, that would be great fun to have against one of these top GMs. This position. Oh, this would be brilliant. It's going to be brilliant. Oh, just PG tips. I think this would be absolutely great fun. G6. Wow. This is getting nasty, isn't it? Oh, King E2. King E2 might be a pain. What's E4? Or just E4 straight off. E4. Whoa. This just looks. I'm gonna just play this.
Check.
Queen. I think he's got to start thinking. This guy. I mean, he is thinking. Surely now. Is he not worried? Is he not worried about this position? Strange. Look at the clock times. Just knight b4. King c3. Actually, King c3. Bishop c5. Huh. My favourite chess player of all time is probably Tao, from what I know of him in the recent couple of years. Does anyone think White can defend this? What's the probability of White defending this? What do you reckon? I think it's pretty low myself. And I know one should be on the side of the higher rated GM, but I think White's in trouble. Look at that king. Hang on a sec. Queen g4. Oh, here there's Queen e1.
Check.
And we've got this rook to munch. You know? No, he hasn't even done that. He's done Queen d4. Big Queen d4.
Check.
Oh! Oh, this looks brutal. Oh, does look brutal. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, what? Oh, shall I put on an engine just to check? Oh, okay, let's just start the analysis here. Blimey, it's got white as willingness. So if knight b4, what was the idea? Queen g4 immediately. Blimey. I've been wildly optimistic here. Queen d4
check
was played. And he reckons just king e2. No big deal. Oh, I wish I didn't check the engine. That's shattered the illusions. Oh, that's the last time I'm doing that. I thought black had a great attack. Okay, from a computer perspective, with perfect play from both sides, apparently white's doing fantastic here after king e2. I think king c2 can be ruled out very quickly. Can't it? Because on knight b4 check. We're going to lose the queen. Here we lose the queen. And if knight takes, we win the queen.
Check.
So there's not too many moves actually. Bishop d3, there's e4, I assume. So he's played king e2. Cool as a cucumber. Check.
Check.
Now, hang on a sec. There might be bishop e3 here. We got bishop e3. This doesn't look as fantastic as. That's really wrecked the romantic notions of this position, I've got to say. It's totally wrecked them. I think if bishop c5, just queen d2. Where's the attack now? Don't tell me it's fizzling out. There's knight d4 check. And things like knight takes b3. So maybe an accurate move is needed again at some point here. If we go king, well, if king f2, then bishop c5.
Check.
And what is it? King g3, king g3. Don't tell me the king's going to the h2 square. Oh, that's cruel, isn't it? If that happens. King's just going to make a run for it to h2 here. Where's black's attack?
Check.
On bishop e3, well actually that's ruled out, isn't it? Rook takes d5, because then we're on e3, rules that out. So white can go horribly wrong, but you know, is he? He's like 26-5-7 FIDE. I don't think he's going to go horribly wrong to allow rook takes d5. I mean, that looks pretty strong, doesn't it? Rook takes d5. It looks quite strange though, doesn't it, to sort of just move the king again. Thought there was an attack, but the king gets to h2. Oh, this is just brutal, man. I just thought this was a really creative thing that black tried. Really creative. Oh. But this position, it looks as though Where's the steam of the attack gone? Can anyone find anything here for black? I'm just going to get tea on that note. Hold on a sec. What's the problem? White's a piece up. White's a piece up. So you're saying, yeah?
Check.
It's King. Queen F3 actually. Or King G3. Oh, this diagonal. As soon as that bishop F4. Resting knight B6. Ouch. Great. There's some internet problems today, I'm afraid. It's not usually this bad. Board's back. I hope the boards are getting back.
Check. Check. Check.
Found the way to lose.
Check. Checkmate.
Bishop d6.
Check.
I think David Bronstein has to be up there in the top 5. Paul Morphy, David Bronstein. For favourite players who never became world champions, just put that comment in context. From the whiteness. If King F2, Queen F3.
Check.
No, he didn't even go in for this. He played Bishop E3. Yeah. Okay, so Bishop C5. Breton's rook takes D5. So we go Queen D2. Oh, I'm suggesting Bishop C5. See, now there's a threat of rook takes d5. Oh, hang on. Queen d3. Oh, queen d3. It's a bit of a pain. Knight d4.
Check.
Yes, check. Last move for white. It's the strongest. Alright, so let's see. Oh, okay, let's get an answer. Bishop d. Oh, queen b1. Oh no! It protects f5. Queen b1. Not queen d3. Oh, queen d3 probably. No, that's okay as well. Check. None of this works. Why doesn't any of this work? Oh, nothing. There's nothing. Blimey. It's amazing. The queen's protecting f5 anyway. The bishop's protecting the queen. Ah, it's horrible. The engine's not impressed, I'm afraid. The engine is not amused by this at all, this position. Either queen b1 or queen d3 apparently. We're holding f5 in both cases. If knight d4 check though, if we have a look at knight, okay, it's white's move, queen d.
Check.
Let's play king f2. We're holding b3, holding b3 like that, isn't it? Well, I'm sure Richard Bates has beaten GMs before. I don't know if 2600 GMs he's beaten. I don't know. I think he's beaten GMs before as an IM. I think it's best to be like Garry Kasparov, so you can beat GMs when you're not even titled. If you can play like Garry Kasparov, I think that's a good idea. Oh, I don't know. It's cold, isn't it? Clinical. It's indicating there's no attack at all. Yeah. Okay, let's just imagine that white's. It's played knight d4. Should check.
Check.
Oh, king f2. Oh, it looks pretty safe because b3 is protected, f5 is protected with this queen. Yes, it doesn't look very good news. Not very good news here. Not good news. Shocker. It's a bit of a shocker, isn't it? I mean, all the excitement gone from the conception of earlier. It looked like a brilliant conception. I've got to hand it to him. Oh, knight takes f5 has been played. So we've got check.
Check.
Yeah, knight takes f5. Ah, hang on. We got some other ideas like check here maybe. Oh, hang on. What about just queen g4 here? there's a number of things, but Queen G4. We've got this one protected by this one.
Check.
Okay, bishop here. Sorry, I don't know what's happening with the stream. I can go and have a look at the status.
Check.
Okay, bishop here. That's my idea. Queen G4. Which is Queen D3, maybe. There's a check here.
Check.
Using that G3 square. Oh, that's King G1. Oh, rook takes D5 is threatened. We've got C5 covered. Can't see it. I mean, either move, I don't know. He's played Queen G4. So he does pin the knight. I think just Bishop E2 here. Everything's improving White's position. Bishop E2. I mean the knight pin now. White's actually threatening just... yeah. Goes G6. Gives a chance for G6. Oh, I've no idea now. Queen C2, just Bishop E2, surely. Because we've got this horrible pin. Horrible pin. I didn't get it. Okay. I mean, he's connected rooks as well. Just want to make a note of that. G6. Okay, H5. Oh, it was played. 50 points to the whiteness. H5 was played. Good point. Might help. Might do. Okay, rook c1. Forces matters.
Check.
Rook c1. Rook c1 appears to be quite useful here. Okay, he's taking, I assume. That's the end of the attack, I think. Well, there's always queen takes f5 check. The queen was protecting the knight. If here there's queen takes f5, it's check. Ah, the end of a beautiful game. Conception. I think you've got to give credit for the game conception. I was going to show you this conception from the start. I mean, have a look at this game. It could have been an immortal on a different day. Maybe bishop takes b3, which I thought looked anti-positional, but sort of. But this bishop is liberated. Full piece sack.
Check.
For the check. And c4.
Check.
Ah. Oh, I think it's king f3 what's been played. Oh, let's copy again.
Check.
I think he's got king f3, doesn't he? Oh no, is that going to a mate? Not too many options. If here rook takes d5, well, it's bishop g4. Ouch. There's no more fun there. If we just play king e1. Surely, he's played king f3. So, check.
Check.
So just take. We can play e4 check. Technically. I don't see a problem with necessarily with king takes e4. We've got bishop g4 lined up. I don't know. White just plays bishop a7 and knight b6. Bishop e7. Soon, I mean, all sorts. Was that really the strongest move? I thought king e1 was possible because it keeps bishop g4. What does the engine think? And I'll give myself 100 points if King E1's stronger from an engine point of view. Oh dear. The GM's played the stronger one. No, it's coming up with King E1. King E1 may have been stronger. King E1 may have been stronger than King. Because I just thought this position. We've got Bishop G4, haven't we? Oh, it's check.
Check.
That didn't even work. It's check. Hopeless. But also I think Bishop G4 looks good. That's winning as well. So this one, I don't know. Well, Rook H4 is apparently the best move. Let's have a look at that anyway, for discussion. Rook H4. There's a threat of mates. Actually, cuts the king. That's quite interesting. Threatening mates. So I assume Bishop D3 stops that threat of mate. There's knight D6. I'll take her. Has this been played? I don't. Was it being played on the live boards? Is it? He's played it. Okay. So Bishop D3. Is Bishop D3 sufficient? So if Rook F1 E4.
Checkmate.
Checkmate. Just to hear that checkmate. So Bishop D3 does something about E4. Let's have a quick peek on other games for a moment. Blimey. They're all pretty complicated. Let's just stick with the one we've been analysing. Just one quick peek there. Pressure for black. Half the pawn. Right, let's go back. Any other takers for what do we play if we're not playing bishop d3? There's not that many options, is there? E4 really threatens mate. Maybe knight c3's. But the knight's really good on d5. Why do we want to move it back? It's beautiful, isn't it? The knight. I think we just play bishop d3. Bishop d3. No, bishop d1's been mentioned. Rest here, bishop d1. Yeah, but why? I mean, bishop d3 is central control. It's got with it central control. It's not just about stopping e4. It's, you know, controlling the center. Unless it like loses a piece or something, tactically. Right, let's check. No, let's not check. He's played bishop d3 for 50 points. Knight takes e3. Oh, it's time to resign, I think. This is a gigantic knight on d5, nothing else. E4 smacks of desperation. So yeah, just put it back. Yeah. If check, we can just play king here. This is the piece up for nothing. Oh man, it's just piece up with a huge knight on d5. That's compensation for being a piece up. Also ready-made F-file as well. Wow. Oh, okay, so bishop c5, we just play
check.
King d2. Piece up. We're just going to play check. Maybe. Okay, starts the check. Oh, just rook f1. Looks good. Bishop f2 for a laugh. Let's put that on the board. There's a king c1, friends, check, take on f5. Oh, not much to see here. I think let's have a look at some others. I don't think I think the fun's over there. So on board 1, let's have a look at this. On board 1, if I can. So what's been happening since that last time we looked at this? Oh, hang on, I got 50 points. I predicted knight takes d3. I don't know if anyone remembers, but I mentioned knight takes d3.
Check.
Might not be any good. Oh, this does seem to have backfired on the diagonal quite severely. So white's pawn down, but with a crushing position, maybe. Oh, how embarrassing. How does black actually... Blimey. That was abrupt. How, what? That was a bit quick. White just totally invited this combination, which totally seems to backfire. This knight takes d3 totally backfires. It's creating lots of weaknesses around the king, fundamentally. So we just took
Check.
and check. And now black has just lost a piece. Or has he? Right, he's trying to regain that piece. That can't work. Surely. Knight takes. Queen's on. Yeah. Bishop d5. Now threatening rook e7 check. No, actually, hang on.
Check.
Got d1. Right. Doesn't need any of that. Just plays queen takes c7.
Check.
Okay. Oh, that's bishop. That's queen e7. Nope, knight takes e6. Nope, knight takes f6. Threatens queen h7. Ouch. Ouch. Queen e7. Yeah, just no time for this. Just knight takes f6. Hang on, knight g8. Knight g7. Yeah, okay, even stronger coming up. Playing queen f4, threatening mate in 1. Threatening to get in there. g5, it's all hotting up. G5. Okay, let's see. Hang on a sec. It's trying to get this piece back on this board. So what does white do actually to he just takes here. It's been silly here. I've got the queen. No. Queen F5. Go in here. Alright, there's a problem here to solve. What does white play after this G5 then? This endgame might be winning. It takes. Just check this ending again. This one, yeah, this is a winning endgame because we've straightened the pawns. We got past the pawn here. Although rook e8, that's b6. Maybe. Yeah. It's not crazy, is it? Queen takes f3. He's played it. That ending could be winning tactically. He's on the queen. If he's also got maybe bishop takes. It's less spectacular. I think here knight takes b7. Rook b8. No, even this. No, that might not be winning. No. Just bishop takes. Oh, he's got knight takes. Yeah, as pointed out. Hang on, knight takes does protect the queen. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Queen takes. Knight takes one. Well, it's still 2 pawns up. It's 2 pawns up for white with an outside pawn here. With weak at h5. It's winning, isn't it, for white? 2 pawns up. So I'll probably go for queen takes. This position. It's been played in London. It's the London Chess Classic FIDE Open. So we've got this, or we've got this. If we go with this, it's 2 pawns up. It's 2 pawns up. Let's take it here. It's still 2 pawns up in a rook and pawn ending. It's pretty miserable. This outside, it's just winning. It's a winning rook and pawn ending, surely. Just anything, yeah. Rook c6, maybe. because then we can just do this. Get the king up. Oh well. Two pawns up, very clear, very clear. Incredible. So that little tactic wasn't so hot. Knight takes d3. If we go back, this little tactic, knight takes d3, it wasn't the genius tactic. It seems Black's just fundamentally, he's weakened his dark squares with his fianchetto. He's weakened his dark squares. He's paying a price here in these variations.
Check.
On the dark squares. Even though white's a pawn down temporarily. It's horrible. Interesting. So that's board one. He's still playing on though, apparently. Black's still playing on. So board two, how is Richardson? Let's have a look at board two. Very, very strong FIDE master Richardson, who crushed me last time I played him in the Middlesex League. It was horrible. Rook a2, that's nifty. Oh. Wow. Aggressive. Black abandoned that backward pawn. What is this going on here? Yeah, it's nasty pins going on here. It's, if you go to londonchessclassic.com, it'll be somewhere. Okay, so e4 has been played. Oh, there's almost bishop f4 to consider. It takes queen g5. That's rook f3. Oh, d takes. 2. No. So the idea is to play g5. Is that? We've got things like queen h5 later. What does queen takes
Check.
g5 check here using the pin? Let's take this. There's no threat, is there, with g5? Let's take this.
Check.
Hey, if you like any of this commentary, please do like the video. We're up to 26 likes. And there's 88 of you watching, so give me more likes, please. Okay. Like request over. So, anyway, but I think Black can just take this. Surely. He did. 50 points for me. G5 is not a threat. Queen takes G5.
Check.
Oh, Queen takes G5. Come on. What's going on here? It's end of game. We're coming down with both rooks. 36 likes, thanks guys. Yeah, I think just queen takes g5. Yeah? No? Oh, there's knight g3, is that the idea? Knight g3? No, we're just losing c1. Who's played it? 50 points for me. I think Richardson's going to resign. These are really brutal, abrupt wins against these FMs. I can't believe it. I thought there was going to be a fight in these games, and absolutely brutal finishes. Unbelievable. The slaughter of the FMs is round 2. Maybe that's a good quotation, a good nickname for round 2. Queen takes g5 looks absolutely crushing. Does anyone think there's something for white after this? It's on c1. No? So Ben Artsy has resigned here. Okay, fair enough. The king's just going to come into the game. Okay, so that was the end of that one. Yeah. Bates, I guess, has... Oh, he's still playing on. Black's got 2 pawns for the piece, but this knight's quite huge. Gian's been put under a lot of pressure from the clock times here in this game on board 4. Board 5, I'll move over here for a sec. Board 6. It's amazing, isn't it? This guy, just so strong in one of the local leagues, has been smashed in this game. Smashed. We'll do a quick review. Chapman's doing well against Hammer. I'll have to check that out. I was going to have to find the events window. Where's the event highlight gone? Chapman against Hammer. And this one. I'm not able to see that for some reason. Aha. Ah. Oh. And rook g7. There's a check here.
Check.
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 Mind you, this knight is pinned. So, G8. This one, F3. Oh the hell, knight's covering G6. This rook's out of the game. Rook G8. Mind you, this bishop looks not brilliant. That was nice H3 here. Oh, knight F6.
Check.
Yeah, let's try and get grips with this position. Okay. Yeah. This looks dangerous for black. So if King H8, oh, actually, it's taking here for a sec. Check.
Check.
If we win this, we win the queen. If King here. There's a perpetual check here. No, it's not. No, it's not needed. It's King H8. F3. This rook can come in. Oh no, no, it's complicated. I wasn't just knight G6. It threatens for Queen H6. So knight G6 immediately.
Check.
King H7. And his knight takes F8 check.
Check.
Hang on, this is a disaster. King H7. Since we play F3. I guess right. Okay, so F3. He's played F3. 100 points. So some workings out. So now. It's Queen B1 here. I don't know if that's any good. Oh, hang on. What about just Rook G4 as a threat? If it's black's turn anyway, so I don't know. F3. Okay, black to move. How do we get into this? Let's have a quick look at this game. He won this C pawn rather greedily.
Check.
It's all the trend to win this C pawn. White wasn't too bothered. about the other pawn either. Wow, very dynamic play from white. And this bishop's problem. Well, white. Okay, so we get this position.
Check.
King h7, f3, knight d3. Hang on. There's knight g5 almost. No, yeah, there's knight g5.
Check.
Because we got multiple threats. This knight's protecting. Oh, this knight f2 check.
Check.
Ah, oh, rook g8. Or rook g7. Okay. Maybe takes first. Doesn't help. Actually, if queen d2, there might actually be rook takes the one in this. Got things like this coming up. Yeah, c5 and bishop b7 later. So, oh no, knight d3. Has white got anything? Yeah. On knight takes d3, possibly rook takes f3. Just opening up that diagonal. Interesting. Let's have a look at the Richardson. Did Richardson resign? Blimey, what happened there? Let's just quickly check what happened here.
Check.
That's really quite just material up. 2 pawns up with c2. Oh no, it's protected at the moment. Oh, another pin. That's all white needs is another pin. Oh, it's falling apart. d4. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, that's just crushing, isn't it? It's just, I don't know, we've got things like e3 here. And then c2. Oh, that's just brutal. Bishop d8, okay. So Richardson, I think, is getting done over. Bates is still a piece down, for not much. 2 pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bates is okay. fighting on. This hammer game is fascinating right now. So, does white have any attacking combination? What are we looking at? Queen takes h6.
Check.
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 And the steam runs out. Doesn't quite work. Queen f1. Maybe queen takes e4 here. No, I don't know. Queen f1. Back in a moment. Difficult position for it. There's a lot of... I think the rook on a3 is a bit out of play here. If we play, let's just check this out properly. If takes, there's a check.
Check.
No, I think this. Actually, there's a rook g7.
Check.
Oh, actually, this is working, isn't it? Ow! I didn't expect this to be working. It works quite well.
Checkmate.
I thought that was ridiculous, but if you follow it through, it seems to work.
Check.
It's crushing. Is it? The queen takes f2. No, we're left with that bad bishop. c5. Bishop e7. On D1, queen takes, and then we got knight F2 check.
Check.
And actually we can throw in rook G7 check here.
Check.
To make it even more better. Because that would be a check.
Check.
Queen D1 doesn't look appetizing. Oh, Queen G2, are you saying? That's a good one. It's not threatening anything. Just knight takes. No, hang on. No, we are threatening the queen. Just Queen F5. Where's Queen go? D2? Oh, we still play this. Knight F2 check.
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 We got knight takes E4
Check.
check. He took. That was rook takes F3. Isn't rook takes F3 rather crushing? Because this knight is on. I can't see how that isn't crushing. Hang on. There's all sorts of checks here. Don't know. Or we can just consider just taking here, but you know, leaving that pawn. It's nice to have that diagonal. Oh, I did take. Let's just check with an edge in this position. I thought rook takes F3 was good. Let's just put on an engine here. Nope. It's saying he played the strongest move. C takes D3. If rook takes F3... Oh, that doesn't work. Knight DC5 protects both knights. No problem. Yeah, that would have been blunder. Okay. So, he played the best move. C takes D3. So this bishop is still a bit of a problem piece. I don't want to play Queen E3. Let's try and just take this guy. C5 here. Let's try and play bishop E7 later. bishop a6. Oh, raw angel. Bishop a6. Okay, I'm going to play bishop a6. One sec. I don't think that works because of taking. No, maybe not. Yeah, bishop a6. What about actually knight c5? We just do that. Yeah. Oh, bishop a6 is something. Yeah, bishop a6. I can't see anything wrong with that. So, okay, quick peek on the other games. Richardson resigned. He had to resign after bishop d8. That was brutal. Unbelievable game. Nightmare. Bates is still playing on here. Piece down. 2 pawns. So Pisa Soray seems to be having a good position there, to say the least. I think that was the best game position we've seen from any FM so far. If we just have a look at this game, how does he do this? Miracle against a 2-6-4-8. He's got a decent position. Still, he hasn't disintegrated. Whoa, what is this? Little cheapo or something. Holds that d-file work very well. Got his pawn back. Very good position to have against 2650. It might not be a whitewash today against the FMs. White just looks better. Default position. And it's down on the clock as well. Maybe Queen F7. Anyway, so Chapman hammer. Rook G3. Oh, Bishop A6. So it was Bishop A6. Rook G3. Actually, he can play just C5 here, can't he? Takes what? D2. C5 with. Takes here though. Oh, again D2. Rook takes F3. I think C5 is looking brutal. I played actually Rook G7, okay.
Check.
Okay. Surely now C5 is still on the cards. C5 here? Am I going crazy? Because actually, you know, I don't know. C5. What else does black do? E5. Actually, E5 is free of charge. Except the kings. I don't know. Bit of spot bother. C5. Oh. Ah. Okay. Is this first thing? Simply to take there. Yeah. F check.
Check.
The king just moves. Yeah. To hold on to H6. Okay, we play Rook G3. Is this D pawn going to be sacking itself? Or not? Not really. Just E5 here. First question though, is he going to play this check? No, he's not. Are you going to be kidding? Surely. C5 now. If Rook takes, there's C takes one. This guy. Friends have two connected passed pawns. C5 now. Look at bishop B7 later. I don't know if that's useful. Alright. What was this? King H7? No, Queen E4. I don't know. King H7. No, just Bishop B7. It doesn't look as though C5 is implied. Rather clearly. Something somewhere else at the moment. Exchange of queens there. Looks very nice for white. And he's got big clock advantage. Well, a little bit of clock advantage. Plays no, rook d6 might be possible here. Let's clear this one out. So Richardson lost that one. Chapman against Hammer. How many of these do we need? Just one. Sutowski against Bates. What's been happening on this board?
Check.
Gave up that pawn.
Check. Check.
I still piece down. He's going to win g6. Looks like. Well, he could just play knight c5 check.
Check.
Okay, it doesn't look that great. Oh, where's the hammer game gone? I just managed to lose the hammer game. very nice. I mean, I think rook d5 for rook b5, because if rook d7 b5, rook d5 to b5, get that pin. I think that's at least the draw for white, surely. Go back to this. Okay, what's happened?
Check.
Check. C5 here. Takes. Rook takes f3. This takes
Check.
d2. D5 king here. Oh, rook f5. Yeah, c5. And king g2 is probably necessary. If takes here, rook takes, and then king g2 here. And still check.
Check.
Take here if needed. King g2. Let's go with this. Alright, there is rook a7. Let's check here.
Check.
Oh, hang on. Sorry. You're saying in this position here. Let's double check.
Checkmate.
That'd be nice. Oh, that was losers, wasn't it? And just wins, isn't it? Oh no, hell, King G2. Just, Bates has resigned. Okay, so King G2. What's the story here? Check.
Check.
Get to E2. Over here. Over here.
Check.
This sort of position. That's good. Right, let's see the Bates final position, shall we? He resigned here. This is because rook takes rook d2, rook d8, b8. He couldn't take the knight here. Check. Oh, right, brutal. I think the best position might be Peter Soray. How on earth? What? How did that happen? What? I thought rook d5 was good. Just to play rook b5. Oh no. What's this rook doing there? He's got this past ape, maybe he's okay. Okay, so rook e3 was played. No. Hang on, let's see what was played. King g1. Let's copy again. So we had this rook takes a5, rook takes king g1, rook e3. Threatens check and check to win the knight. So if rook a7, play check, and check. And if king here, we've got bishops. No, we haven't. That's pinned, right? So we just take. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is grim, I think, for white, this rook and pawn ending, because king's sort of getting into the position quite aggressively. This is hanging, this is loose, this is dangerous. If we try and move the knight, let's try and move the knight instead of the rook to f1. Oh, that's actually that actually looks plausible. What do we do with this? Rook, I don't know. Rook e2 actually threatens rook g2.
Check.
That's a bit horrible. No, there's nothing there. No, it's okay with the pen. Actually, there's rook. There's rook e1 for d2. So if here d2. Okay, so rook e1. And if king f2. Maybe just rook b1. knight's brilliant move or not. Albert skinning, so rook e2, rook a7, okay. So you're saying, where is our position? Our position is from here, rook e3, so yeah. If you give me a move from here, after rook e3, I think I've got to go and eat soon. We've seen quite a few to the finish. So Sotowski Bates, I'm going to clear that. So it's this one and the Pitasari one, which is interesting. Got Chapman Hammer twice. Get rid of that. That really worked. Hey, we're up to 50 likes now. Thank you very much. If you like this video, please do like it if you like it. Thanks very much. Okay. Alright, let's go with rook a7. We got the check.
Check.
We got the check. And we just take this guy.
Check.
And this looks like a winning rook and pawn ending. Just evaluate here that the king's coming up. I didn't get disconnected, did I? Oh, don't tell me I got disconnected. Are you kidding me? Oh, the clock's going there. No sound. The sound back?
Check.
Okay, we're just getting over here. White's is he gonna lose that as well? Looks completely lost. Rook's cutting off the king. Better king looks totally lost. Superficially. But we don't need that arrow there. Rook can just okay, so yeah. Let's see what white does here. What does white do? Rook e7, king f5. Don't know. Looks lost. clarity. Endgame clarity. I just want to ask everyone something about this piece of Samurai game. I spotted something. Instead of putting the rook here, it looks crazy how that has turned out, because black rooks look more comfortable. If we just go back to this game here and go back a few moves, I thought there was a very clear-cut idea in this position. Here, I didn't think white could lose this, but now I think white can lose it. Forget rook d7, just rook d5. Because it sort of sets up this pin, and then we can do this. Yeah? What's the matter with this? What do you guys think about rook d5? What does the engine think? Rook d5 or rook d7? Let's put on an engine here. I thought rook d7. What's wrong with rook d5? Rook c6. Right. So he played rook d7. Okay. It's better. It's got the outside protected pass pawn. Oh, actually, he's got. Yeah, theoretically. Ah, here, look. Just rook e4, apparently. He was up 1.5 on rook e4. As if rook c4, that could just be taken a6. Not a7. Rook c7. Takes that. a7.
Check.
Oh, blimey. Oh, this is tragic. Just rook e4 here. What a move. Instead he puts his rook here. How is the rook getting in game after that? Oh, he's still apparently got an advantage. It's amazing. Check.
Check.
Oh, hang on. His idea is this. There's method in the madness. He's played king f2. King can also come like this. Well, I think, you know, like this. I wonder, rook bc8. Actually, that gives g3 for the king. No, White's doing brilliant here. He's still got it. He's still got it. He's still got it going. He's still got things going. He's got the outside protected a pawn. He's got both rooks on the 7th, and his king can also come into the position. He's got every single trump card he would want. King safety, protected outside pawn, 2 rooks on the 7th. I know it looks crazy what he did, but actually, good point. Look at this. He's the only FM to have such a great position at the moment. I think the others are all losing apart from this. So that's gone. Chapman resigned. Okay, so we'll close that. So that was the final thing there. Just put that on one last time. White actually resigned there. Okay, so we'll close that. So on this game 6. So I think White's gonna cause. He's gonna have all the trump cards in the position. The rook cutting off the king, the outside pawn, the rook's coordinating, and the king's safety. I would say. The engine seems to like White. Good news. Let's go with rook c2 check.
Check.
King e3. It's reckoning rook b2. So if check, we're just going to win completely. We're just going to get in there. So rook b2 does something. Goes for that. King e4. Check.
Check.
King f5. Alright, I have check here. Check. King g6. Rook d4 here. So we take.
Check. Check.
How's this go?
Check.
Stop that before it melts the machine. That is stopped, isn't it? There's lessons in rook and pawn endings. No, I think that's pretty cool. That's the way to go. GM's in trouble here. Did I mention I beat Peter Surrey last time I played him in the British Chess Championship about a few years back? That was one of my better results actually in that tournament. Mm-hmm. Mm. So what is he thinking about? If he goes rook c4 immediately, let's go rook c4 immediately. Let's go here. Let's check what engine thinks about this. Rook c4. Alright, let's see engine view here. Ah, not rook h3. Rook g4. That's crazy.
Check.
I actually prefer rook coming out like this. Let's go with rook h3 here. Taking what, a6 is winning. And we got here and here. And so he's played rook c2.
Check.
So I can go here. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's too much choice about this king e3. And the other thing to consider, I guess, is this one. Because this king could make a charge for it. Oh, that's quite interesting. Started at 2:30, by the way, Penrith. So yeah, it's 4 hours later. But believe it or not, the rounds for the next few days start at 4:30 p.m. That's one of the... Actually, I think I factored that in not playing this tournament. To start a game at 4:30 p.m, you'd be like playing till like 11 o'clock. Most nights. Sometimes. It just sounds a bit late to start this long game at 4:30 p.m. Today was 2:30 p.m. So, I don't know. Rook c4, apparently, from an engine point of view, rook g4 is the strongest to challenge that rook. Not rook h3. You might think rook h3, but rook g4, apparently. And then the rook coming out like this later. Yeah, so I think I've yeah, very careful this rock and pawn ending. Yeah, I think I'm going to go to dinner actually soon. How many of you would be disappointed if we just resume tomorrow? I'm just wondering. This could go on forever, this real porn ending, couldn't it? Mind you, I could, as long as it's alternative, I can keep this open, go to dinner and come back. I'll still be playing probably. We've got to move. We've got to move. Rook c8. Okay, do we march the king? What is the engine thing here? I thought it was king e4. I thought what was the idea? King e4. Approaching +2. Nope. Maybe. Rook b7 now. Tricky. So rook b7. Doesn't king e4 work anymore? Just looking at this move. This looks good. Just going like that. No, it likes it. I think king e4. King e4. It's a classic Capablanca rook and pawn ending against Totscower, where he sort of sacrificed the pawn to get a really aggressive king and rook on the 7th. It's a classic. Here, white's leaving the pawn down. King can charge into the position with king e4. Look at that. Nearly 2.5 up. 2.5 units up. 2.5 pawns up. So if check, you know, king f5, no check here,
check,
king g6, what does black do? Oh, he's got f, if he doesn't play f5, he's doing it, he's doing king e4, he's getting in there. The computer move is being played. No, the slightly different one actually. The computer move is here. I wonder if there's a difference. Not much. So he should really take this, apparently. Let's have a look at this. King d5. Get the rook. I suppose is it coming over here? So that's actually a threat to come over there, surely. So rook c1 stops rook h1. Ha! Ha! Rook h2! Rook h2! I think the threat's just like this. So if rook c2 we just play rook h1, we're coming over. As soon as we come over, then we just come over like that. He's well on the way to beating this GM. Actually, I think because I know him, I think I'm gonna stick this out. I'm gonna stick this game out. I think he's on the way to winning this. It's going to be the upset of the round. So he can just take this. Let's go through this again. And king d5. And this rook can actually switch across. It's gonna make its way across. That's interesting. We've got protected past pawn advantage. We've got a more aggressive king. And a rook which looks currently very, very silly, but actually could be quite useful. Take the rook, Peter, take the rook. Just take the rook. And king d5. It's winning. Let's have a look at another alternative. You see here, I think there's a problem with that. Probably a6. As soon as rook takes, I think we just play here, and we're going to queen this pawn. Let's just verify that. I think a5, a6. Just to verify. What? F4? What about a6? Does that not win as well? a6. I mean, that's pretty good, but apparently f4. So that quickly gets to a3. So it takes... Take that first.
Check.
Take a few pawns first. What is this?
Check.
We're going to queen the pawn like this. If rook a4, well, we queen first. Alright, that's technically brilliant. f4 move. So a6 probably wins as well, though. Well, if takes here, then that's winning for white, surely. With anything, is winning there. If the rook persists on the c file, I'm going to say rook c3 to stop f4. a7. No, we don't want to give up that pawn. Or f4. It takes. That's convoluted. Actually, so. Anyway, the first step is king d5. Apparently. Technically, excellent move, king d5. Played it. So rook c4, we've got this stunning idea of f4. Blimey. I just want to check the opening actually. I'm just fascinated what happened in the opening again. So Nimza Indian. With black playing some sort of tactic to win a pawn. Some sort of tactic. Anyway. So rook c4, we've got f4. Let's just look at this position. Without all the weird stuff, do we have to take on g5? Isn't just rook a3 just winning as well, more simply? put an engine on here, but it's saying actually, what about just rook a3? Simple. Check.
Check.
Okay. Why isn't this pawn winning? It's fairly... There's nothing going on here, is there? We just queen there. Is this some sort of... Oh. Does this not work? So rook up. I don't think the pawns are that quick. But the engine method is just quite clinical, actually. Just throwing in a few munchies before doing this with f takes. So if after this pawn g takes,
Check.
probably different ways of winning this here. Takes. This doesn't. I don't like losing the a pawn though.
Check.
But actually, let's go to f8 here.
Check. Check.
This is pretty clear as well with the rook behind pawn. So I think yeah, f4 is very good. And the other possibility is if taking here, I mean, we just surely just this a pawn's just far too quick. Let's just check that. Let's just check that as well. Rook a3, far too quick. So if we just queen the pawn. Alright, so we're getting this critical position now. Will you find this technically excellent move, f4? What's the betting? What do you guys think? Will Peter Sowray find f4? f4 is the most crushing move in the position. It's the most convincing move, f4, believe it or not, I think. Do you think he'll find f4? Just play. I mean, the rook's looking silly, isn't it, actually? So f4, you know. I think the rook really wants to be behind the pawn, driving it forward. No. He's played rook g4. That's a shame, isn't it? What's the evaluation on this? Oh no, you're kidding me. Rook c2. Oh, well, you can just play rook e4 like this. Yeah, this is pretty killing as well. Okay, you don't have to use flash methods to get across. Yeah, that's crushing, isn't it? It's crushing. Probably a6 is winning. Actually, should we just check if a6 is winning? So in this position, let's try a6. No. It seems to blow it quite badly. Apparently king f7. Yeah. Not a6, so rook e4. He's played rook e4. He's going to be happy today. He's going to be a happy guy if he does this maneuver and beats this GM. Oh man, this is going to be an amazing coup for round 2 coup. I think it's the only FM to take one of these guys out today. Just to mention the results on the other boards. On board 1, the GM beat Istrascu, beat Ben Artsy. Board 2, Richardson got murdered against Grachev. On board 3, Sutovsky murdered Bates, Iron Bates. On board 4, FM Longson. No, he drew. Actually, sorry, we neglected. Pardon me. On board 4, there was a draw. An FM drew with a GM. No, that does happen. On board 5, well, the lower rated GM on board 5, I think, won against the much higher rated GM. Oh, blimey, not again. He just goes for the pawn now, doesn't he? Just king c6. Doesn't he just go for the pawn in this? Just... The king's the shepherd here for the 2 pawns. Shepherd them up. to queening. That's the strongest move, surely now. Just king c6, surely. Let's just check. King c6 was played. Crushing. He's approaching +4. Take the pawn or just a6. Anything. Taking the pawn should be good. a6 is apparently more accurate. No, I don't know if it's more accurate. It's all over. Wow. And FM has taken out a GM. Huh. Taking him out. I mean, okay, it's not there yet, but okay, so a6 just wins basically the rook, because we're just going to play this and this. We're going to just win the rook, and we've got this b pawn ready after that. He doesn't have to bother taking this one. Just push the a pawn, king b7, a7, a8. Fantastic day for Peter Saray. Very experienced player. I remember him saying to me once at Lloyd's Bet Masters, he had lost to Grandmaster Ian Rogers from Australia. He said something about GMs being very, very dangerous and resourceful opponents. And he's just toppled a 26. He's toppling a 2650 GM today. Amazing. Yeah, I think it's. I was pretty sure this was going to be a unique kind of stream. This FIDE Open. It's been made possible because the Classic was turned into a Rapid, and some of these games are hugely entertaining when you get these rating differences. Hugely entertaining when you get like you know, on the other hand, 2800s playing 2800s or whatever. Sometimes it's not that much fun, but I think this is quite very, very interesting, the FIDE Open. Especially when this happens. Someone 300 points, more than 300 points lower. That's quite an incredible result, statistically. And he's getting on a bit. He's born 1959. When I say very experienced, he's, you know, it's great that he's still able to achieve these, you know, phenomenal results. Phenomenal. Inserted rook e3. I don't think it throws away the win. I'm a bit concerned. No, I don't think it should throw away the win. Rook e3. Okay, so rook e3. Okay, we can just still play king b7. Come on, we're just going to shepherd the pawn. Right, I'm slightly concerned he went for the b5 here. Doesn't matter. Is this king doing something functional? Why didn't he just go with the... Oh boy. X6. What's this? King b6. What's going on here? He hasn't thrown it away, has he? Oh, this is slightly worrying me now. What's going on here? Let's put an engine view. Nope, he's still crushing. King b6. If f4. Okay, we don't play the dumb rook d3. We don't want to give black even more tempos for his armada of pawns. If rook d3, that almost throws away the win. Black's actually winning if rook d3. So you don't want to encourage an armada of pawns with rook d3. To play rook e1. No, this is still winning. This is still winning. Still winning. If g4, we can just take this. It doesn't matter if f3, a7, f2, rook f1, e4, we can take here. We've got time to take. But what would be terrible, a tragedy, I would fear for his sanity, is it, after f4 not to play rook d3, they just play rook e1. Rook e1 in this position. Rook e1. Don't let these pawns have a chance with rook with e4 business. Mind you, okay, there's a little bit of a question, or is there, with something? I have a small question to ask though about this position. How can I express it? If rook e1, I'm just wondering about something. No, I don't think it's a big deal. I think any king d5, we just play a7. We've always got a check. It's no big deal. No, I think this is nearly in the bag if he doesn't play rook d3. If he plays rook e1, it's very, very near in the bag. F4. What else does black do if black's not playing f4 and he lost tricks? King d5. We still play a7. It's a check thing. King c4. And once after king c4, we can just take here. We can throw in a check here, and then we got rook a5. I think the last swindle chance is f4, hoping for rook d3. I think that's the last swindle chance. So I'll show you the horror of this position. If f4 and rook d3, then black is actually winning with e4 after takes, g4, and it's black's pawns that would triumph here. Yeah, so it's easy to lose if you play a horrific blunder. So as long as he's played, oh, another little trick, e4. Okay, I think here he doesn't have to do this. It's still the same sort of idea for these two passed pawns. I think just a7, surely, a7. Let's just validate that. Just a7. Now, if he plays this, it's the same principle. I think f4 is nearly equal. There's no need to get into this, but this is winning anyway. I think clearest is just ignore this business. Don't give these pawns tempos. Just surely. Okay. Uh-oh. Hang on. What's happened to the evaluation advantage? Oh, blimey. No. Oh, no. 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 What? No. If he goes rook e1, f... Oh, man. What on earth happened? Let's just have a look at this. What on earth happened? What on earth just happened? Oh. He's giving these pawns tempos. This is the sick thing. These pawns have just got tempo after tempo after tempo. Sorry about that. Had a major internet down thing. Oh, it's not pretty, this game. What's going on? It's ridiculous. What's the analysis verdict? Oh no. I mean, he's blown it. But if we go back to see what happened, there was a little trick which was played e4. This position. here, apparently a7. Oh, it was rook e2. Rook gets out of the way. Takes. F4. It's all a bit complicated, this. I don't know why this is... There was so much need for precision. It just is. So what happened was tragic, but how what technically happened? So in the game, we had b5. And apparently it was difficult after b5. So b5 seems to be... No, b5 was okay. It was here, f takes. This is a tempo gain. If rook e1, there's no f4. I think that's the point. There's no f4 with tempo. On g4, I think the pawns are split. Mind you, f4 here, you might think. It's complicated. Why not a7 here? f3 and black's winning. Why is this so mega complicated? So anyway, we'll go back to the game. Well, apparently rook and pawn endings are mega complex. And now, I don't know if he's even winning now. I don't know. Or drawing, I mean, technically. Queens. Well, you can take this. Well, it's going to, hopefully he's going to draw, and I'm going to go to dinner. But it's been messed up. Oh, it's been messed up. I'll leave this on for you to see, and I might come back after dinner. So maybe see you guys later. Maybe it's going to be a draw pretty soon. It's a bit of a shame. I'm sorry about my internet. It's a bit of a shame. But it did seem to have a lot of precision needed suddenly in this endgame. I suppose with black's pawns coming up. I don't. Did he really need to take on b5? I mean, I thought it was going to be simple earlier. If he'd not wasted time taking, you know, on b5, was that really like needed? I just thought here, surely king b7. I mean, how quick can black's pawns be here? I mean, are they super quick or something? If we're just queens. No, apparently this is not brilliant. This position is not brilliant. That's equal as well. So, you know, it's complicated, isn't it? Apparently this is an equal position as well. So I don't know. I thought taking on b5 was a luxury at some point here, I must admit. But apparently, you know, it needs precision. a6, f5, a7, e4. For some reason, rook e2 was needed. If a move like rook e2 is needed to win this, isn't that like staggering? What does rook e2 actually do? I guess it gets an important tempo and avoids a tempo from black. So the f4 here is without tempo. There's rook g2. It's incredible that you think an amazingly tactical computer resource is needed for what was like a human intuition like rook and pawn ending, but rook e2 here seems to be a key move. It's just getting away out of the tempo gainers, I think. Strange. Can't believe it. It was pretty complicated. Chess is so complicated.
Check.
Just agree a draw, please. I think everyone's had enough of this game. Just take the queen off. Alright. Oh, at least he drew. Okay, I hope you enjoyed that. Sorry about my internet stuff. It shows how complicated even a rook and pawn ending can be. So tricky. So tricky. Okay, hope you enjoyed everything. Comments or questions on YouTube, and please remember to like the video if you like this this sort of thing. And maybe see you tomorrow. I think it's a later time it starts at 4:30, believe it or not. So maybe see some of you tomorrow. Thanks very much. Have a good evening.